Alright, I'm still alive and we're streaming. And Tuco's here. Got a little bit of the cat lick noises here. Yeah, there we go. Welcome back to the stream. I've got this this old voting machine we've been working on in kind of a funny state now, where I've got both a 64 megabyte and a 64 gigabyte card in it. I'm just gonna amplify the cat licks before this just gets echoey. Whoa. That did not need to be so loud. Listening carefully to the cat licking noises as my phone loudly tells me that I should take out the trash. Thanks, phone. Maybe this will do. A little bit of glare, but whatever. It's nice and retro, right? The screen isn't supposed to be extremely easy to read. Why do I not have all the mounts listed here? I have actual proc. I'm rooted into a file system on the 64 gig card, so I've basically got unlimited space at this point. So far, most of this experimentation has been taking the form of running a tool that I've been adding to that automatically generates a disk image, and then just copying that whole disk image on. Which is nice for just generating the basics of the system, getting it booted. Less fun for actually having a machine to tinker with and experiment with. And I was thinking I could layer something where I had a bigger, more kind of tinkering-friendly image on the network, but maybe I just use the network as a network and don't try to use that as a file system also, because the 64 gig SD card in the SD to CF adapter seems to be working just fine. And we are still dropping, as far as I can tell, all the PC card interrupts. realize core utils was a multi-call binary. Yeah, so core utils is actually getting the right file system when I asked df. It's cool. Is this a thing? I'm just guessing at package names at this point. There's a question from chat. Someone's asking, "Hi, how are you?" I've been better, but I'm okay. How are you? I think cats are pretty great. Sorry, I was going to look up packages. You know, maybe I should just put a slightly different kind of distro on my large card. I feel like Alpine has been pretty much perfect for something small, but it'd be interesting to see how well Debian runs on this too. Although I already got the X server all patched nicely for Alpine. I mean, one way to organize this is to basically have a minimal kind of system-focused distro on the small card that does things like PC cards and, you know, bringing up networking and running UDev probably, and then mostly running application level stuff on the larger card. I'm like adding drop bear also out of habit, but I could probably put full on OpenSSH on here. While we're waiting on the slow install process, I'm going to be poking at PC card code. Oh, I also kind of miss my serial terminal. I don't have that turned on right now. Oh yeah, there's a question about whether I'm still doing like a network booting situation now that I have a bigger card going. So I still can't boot off of large cards. I've got a large card in one of the PC card slots, but I don't think the machine is capable of booting off of the PC card slots. So I've still got a 64 megabyte card in the compact flash that I'm booting off of. I haven't really done much with the larger card yet. I've just basically been trying it out at this point. I haven't totally decided how I want to build this. I've still been kind of working that out. I don't think I can get away from having at least grub on the small card. And probably at least like a basic Linux and user space, because I don't know if I can get the PC cards brought up the way, or at least like in a, like this, you can try to get these things working like farther and further off the beaten path. It just gets more and more annoying. Like at this point, I'm doing like ISA PC card stuff on Linux with UDEV, which is a little bit weird, but apparently does still work. Has Grub ever supported PCMCIA? I don't know, maybe, probably, but that's another thing to get working. Because if we're gonna pull the kernel and or, I mean, I guess one way to do this is to pull the kernel off of, like the kernel and the initrd off the 64 meg card, and then use initrd to set up the PC cards. That's probably the most sensible way to do this. I've been doing something which is sort of like a light version of that, where I'm still basically booting into a full system on the 64 meg card, but then cherooting into something else if I want to. How is Chico comfortable? I don't know. He seems to be very good at just comfort in general, so I trust his abilities. These messages. Some kind of terminal sharing would be great right now. Yeah, my terminal in general is not set up right now because this is literally just like a shell that's being run from init without any terminal set up or any TTY. Gosh, ISA plug and play. Much glare. Okay. Did that not actually start Tmux? I guess it didn't because I don't have like all the terminal stuff set up. There's a number of things that could have failed. Where am I? Can we do this? I'm just gonna have to modify my script that's trying to move the root elsewhere. Right. trying to use FS tab for too many things here. This is all still like a messy prototype anyway. Right, like, I don't know, as fun as this large card is, I think it's actually maybe still more useful to boot the image of the network right now. Anyway, the thing that's maybe slightly more pressing is I wanted to look at the kernel logs for PCMCIA. So many weird noises. Too many loud objects. Ow. So this list following default, those are just IRQs that it thinks might be available, like they are possible to allocate. But it's skipping the test where it actually tries to send an interrupt and see whether it gets received. Nobody checks the return value of that. Oh wait, where was that returning? FF20 like a mask of IRQs that it thinks are useful on a normal PC? Not quite sure what that is. I'm still not quite sure I'm reading this correctly, but I think we're getting to this path with CSIRQ not set to anything. Or set to 0 rather, so indicating that yeah, I mean, so this is where we're trying to assign CSIRQ. I think we're just using this to avoid doing it twice. This is a little confusing because I think this only gets run once during normal initialization, but some of the parameters could be already set via module loading parameters. We're not getting that status change IRQ right. I can just try inserting this with CSIRQ set to something. This is actually when it would have been nice to have this modular rather than compiled in. I could just go back to that pretty easily. I'd also just stick some parameters in grub. Yeah, what happens if we just try to set this specifically to a particular IRQ? This might all be intentional, like maybe because it can't actually scan for interrupts the normal way, because it doesn't have the software interrupt register that it's expecting. Maybe it just defaults to not actually assigning any and pulling. I can just pick an interrupt. we did get an interrupt for the parallel ATA.PCMCIA, or over PCMCIA. That's interesting. Huh. There's a question about whether I verified that no interrupts are making it to the driver for the network card. I haven't really specifically looked at the driver, but we should be seeing interrupts in /proc/interrupts if they're happening, and we weren't seeing any of that for the network. I mean, the network card didn't seem to be getting an opportunity to allocate an interrupt also, which was a problem. Well, so we're no longer using polling, we're using interrupts for status change now. It might be nice to make sure status change still works. We did get some interrupts there, though. come right up when I actually initialize the sockets with /sys mounted. Just noticed it detecting a ghost device up there. Right? It looks like the device is just appearing on the bus twice because it's not not detecting like which of the two devices it's trying to be. That's fine. I'm glad Linux noticed that. Huh. I don't think I've seen it ping in less than 20 milliseconds. Oh no, can I not Control-C this? Oh no. I just wanted to check proc interrupts. I guess I have to do this all over again. Oh, there's a question about whether this is over slip. No, I got this thing a 10BASE-T Ethernet card. Take the camera off too for just a second to show you what I'm working with. Oh, maybe turn the gain down on that mic. That's a little better. So yeah, the card in the back is it's an SD to CF adapter and a CF to PCMCIA adapter and a 64 gigabyte SD card. And then in the front, that is a 10BASE-T network adapter. And then further in front is the 64 meg card that it's booting off of. Yep, it's 16-bit PCMCIA, which is basically just ISA with a couple extra pins. Okay. That's right. I needed to put grub commands in this. It tries to be hot swap. I don't know how actually hot swap it's going to be. I've certainly hot inserted cards and hot removed them without it crashing. I've also hot inserted cards with it crashing. Well, gosh, so if it's fairly straightforward to actually assign card surfaces IRQs, it just doesn't get one by default, and that's not such a big deal. If it's actually getting an IRQ for the storage card, that's especially great. So maybe this is something that's specifically broken with the network driver. think that PCMCIA 0.0 might be trying to be the network card. Parallel ATA drivers failing now. Oh, was it not? Maybe that's actually, maybe slot 0 is actually a network card. Yeah. Those both identify. And they both have interrupts now. They in fact have different interrupts. Oh, they're still dropping. And it looks like we've already got some from the parallel ATA card. Can we generate some more? It looks like it's trying to mount. I've actually got activity lights. I hadn't noticed before that we have activity lights for the PC card slots. But I think that's what these two kind of anonymous looking LEDs next to the LCD screen are. I can't tell if you can actually see those blinking. I can see the left one blinking from here. I can't quite tell if the right one's also blinking. That's an interesting question. There's a question from chat about whether I've tried NetBSD on this. I have not. So far, I've only tried Linux, Windows, and DOS on it. Windows 3.1 specifically. But yeah, I know a lot more about the hardware now, and I've got a better idea of like which modifications are likely to be necessary to make regular drivers work on this now. The problem with the PCMCIA cards turned out to be something that is a little bit like I'd be tempted to call it a hardware bug or maybe a BIOS quirk on this machine. And it's basically where if you put the PC card slots in a memory mapped region where it is quite normal to put the PC card slots, then the decoding priority gets messed up between those and the BIOS, and you end up reading from the BIOS instead of from the PC card slots. So the solution to that is to put the memory somewhere else. So I've got a kernel command line, or no, I've got a config file for the PCMCIA card utilities that actually tells it what memory I want it to use. And then I've got an option for grub that tells Linux not to use that memory for anything else. We have one comment that grub should be able to boot from PCMCIA. It is tempting to just put the bootloader on the small card, right? Oh, right. It was taking a while to actually check and mount the 64 gig file system, and during that time it asynchronously told me about a different error in the 64 meg file system. disturbing Tuco. Do you think we could put ZFS on this? So yeah, we're getting tons of interrupts from the storage card, which is great. We got one interrupt from the network card. So maybe there's a problem with either the allocation or acknowledgement process there. Let's see what throughput is like. Was that a nope to whether this could do ZFS? I wouldn't be surprised if ZFS is just impossible to get running in 32 megs of RAM. So I was only managing to write to the 64 meg CF card at about half a megabyte a second. Even though this is going through 2 adapters, I'm writing twice as fast. If we actually wanted to do like RAID or like file system combinations on here, I'm sure this could do MD. I'm sure it could do overlay FS and various things like that. I mean, most things should work on here. Basically, the reasons that things wouldn't work are as if they use newer CPU instructions than this supports, or if they require just way too much RAM. There's a suggestion, not entirely seriously, that we put swap on network block device so we could run ZFS, right? We could do swap on network swap device, or network block device. That is one of the things that it's intended to support. Oh man, my head is significantly less full of garbage than it was yesterday, but it's still not great. Go. I feel like I should just let him have this chair. It doesn't squeak when he's sitting in it. If this is an interrupt problem that is specific to the network card and not just like a general PCMCIA problem, then maybe I care about it less. Is there anything weird in 3C589 for this? Hmm. Wait, is the IRQ like an optional feature in this driver? Hmm. Were we reading slower than we were writing? Was that just a block size thing? I should have kept that at 64K. I also wonder how much of the writing was getting delayed through the cache. I always want more terminals. I'm like, I should have started Tmux. Tmux wouldn't work right now without all the PTYs and everything set up. Oh yeah, here's a good question. How does it know that an IRQ has been dropped? Is that coming from a timer somewhere? Pending interrupt with expired latency timer. Seems like limping along even if the interrupt is blocked is exactly what we're doing here. Oh gosh, is fast poll an option to work around this specifically? Huh. Media check. See, I guess it has a poll timer that it uses to check whether you've plugged in or unplugged stuff. And that's what's also catching the interrupt errors. Yeah, every second. Maybe this is some unrelated reason to pull faster, and it's just in that case disabling the warning because otherwise it would generate lots of them. Yeah, that time we got 1 megabyte. Very sensitive to block size. Oh, these flipped messages are coming from the media callbacks. So it's possible there's something specific to the network card that's causing this. It's possible it's one slot but not the other. I already tried the network card in both slots, but I don't think I've tried swapping slots since we got the disk in there. It also could be something about IRQ3 versus 4 on this system. That all seems a little far-fetched. So I don't know if it's significant that this driver is not actually named in interrupts. It's just the PCMCA slot. Like if the PC card controller is routing the interrupts, and I mean it seems like we're sure that the card is at least trying to generate them, because this message is coming from some code that's checking for an interrupt in progress with an expired latency timer. So it seems like the card's trying to send us an interrupt. There could be an electrical problem, but that's likely to be slot specific. Like you wouldn't see both slots with broken interrupt pins. I think I might just boot this with the cards in the opposite slots and see if the interrupts change first. Although I bet that the interrupt order is more about the drivers loading than anything else. Do they change if I load the drivers in the other order? Oh, I just wanted to get that to retry, but I guess it was actually set to boot properly. That's interesting. Now we're in OpenRC init scripts within the chroot environment on the larger card. Oh, we can actually get a full-on login prompt. This doesn't even have a password set, does it? This isn't, like, this is not a system that was built by my scripts that set the password. This was just me unpacking a plain old Alpine image. And I think that comes with an unset password. I have more VTs now, at least. Yeah, I think I can't log into this. Whatever. Let's swap the cards, maybe. a question. Do I have a serial port? Yes, there's 3 serial ports on here. I've already got one hooked up for debugging purposes. Another one is empty, and the other one is wired up to the onboard touchscreen controller. Huh. That's interesting. Now I'm getting command queue timeouts. Maybe we do have a slot specific problem. Yeah, I think we might be getting network interrupts now. Now I get to wonder whether it's actually supposed to be wired this way or if there's a fault. I also might look for a workaround just to see if there's a way to turn off command queuing on the ATA driver. Yeah. Oh. It's like consistent latency. Oh no, did I get myself stuck in ping? Oh no. Let's not do that again. You know, since my plans for having a giant local storage device are currently foiled, maybe I will actually just undo my hacks to this by putting a clean image on this card, and then we can try booting with our regular network assistance. So, rewrite this card. Failing to escape SSH there. All right. Okay, so that'll just build for a second. I can pet 2 go. Somebody's commenting that it's unusual that I ping Yahoo instead of Google. It's an old habit. That's like 100% of what I use Yahoo for these days. Is it the thing that you ping to see if you're online? Yeah, I guess I did try swapping the network card between slots, but this was a while ago when I was still trying to debug the memory mapping problem. So I had not tried that to actually debug the IRQ problem. Like, clearly if turning the computer off and then back on again doesn't fix the problem, it just means you haven't tried turning it off and then back on it again at every possible time. You know, you need to try all the permutations. Yeah, I think that's basically spot on. There's a comment from chat that it's not like Google needs more mind share. Yes. If I can easily choose between something Google and something not Google for basically anything, then I'll try to choose the not Google thing. Oh yeah, it's using IRQ4 now. Maybe we just need to avoid IRQ3 for some reason. So yeah, it could be an IRQ3 thing. It could be something with the physical IRQ pin on that PC card slot. It could be another quirk in the chipset that I need to work around somehow. There's a question: do all the all the PC cards share the same IRQ? They don't have to. Each card slot gets one IRQ pin, which can be mapped to different places. That's a good question, though. Linux is certainly treating the IRQs like they're independent. I can't actually picture in my mind the register where you set the two card slots up separately. I think that exists, though. I think the two slots do actually have separate IRQ routing registers. Oh, I just need to start the NBD server, and maybe that'll actually work. There's a comment that IRQs 3 and 4 are usually serial ports. Yes, but IRQ sharing is a thing. Like, devices don't need to have their own IRQs the vast majority of the time. It's also interesting, we should be seeing the serial ports in proc interrupt too, right? Yeah, I don't know where the serial ports are right now. Anyway, will this finish? Switch into the network route. Yeah. That's better. There's a comment that IRQ sharing is a thing on PCI, but they're not sure if ISA supports it. IRQ sharing is a feature of the driver, not the bus. So, like on ISA, IRQ sharing can certainly happen. You just need, you basically, you don't need to do something extra so much as there's like a laundry list of things that can mess it up that devices need to avoid. Like most of all, they need to have drivers that actually chain to the next driver properly, which like in DOS used to mean just like saving and restoring IRQ vectors and like calling the next IRQ vector. And, you know, like in modern operating systems, you actually can just like allocate an IRQ and assign a callback to it, and then basically just tell the operating system like how much sharing your driver actually supports. These ping times are much better. Gosh. Right, 3 milliseconds? That's the server hosting the block device now. I suspect Remote X works a lot better now. Oh yeah, it's nice to know that this is not a problem that's specific to the network driver or the network card. It's either a slot problem or a problem with one of the particular IRQs. So that's cool. That means like right now I can't use both of the slots until I debug that problem, but I know I can have a bigger storage device and I can have an Ethernet card, both of which are useful. And right now having a network is actually kind of cool. Even though I've thoroughly ruined this computer by networking it. It's never going to be a standalone computer anymore now that it's got the Ethernet. It's just thoroughly ruined. But that's what we're here for. So can I set this up for SSH? It's really hard to see. Right, okay, my tmux is still broken. I am not running udev or any of that, right? Okay, let's try net.sh. Let's save that driver for later. So yeah, everything after this is just going to be the domain of the init. I think that Alpine doesn't mount everything if you haven't run setup Alpine yet, so maybe we need to do that either now or as part of the actual install process here. Did that mess up my terminal more? Maybe I should run setup Alpine over SSH or serial. Do I have a serial terminal right now? I feel like I might. Ooh, I do. Okay, that's the ticket. Oh, I thought about that. There's a comment that it might take a while to generate keys. I haven't tried with OpenSSH, but Dropbear actually runs alright. I don't know if I did this on stream or between streams, but I was briefly SSHing into here with Dropbear. Do I just have no key maps? Fine, let's have no key map. Oh yeah, 2 goes streaming. Temporary error. I doubt that. Short host name. Wait, I didn't answer that. Fine. DHCP. Okay, I'm sure I'm missing some stuff here, but it's like setup Alpine is kind of working. I don't think I want to be running this manually though. I think I want this to already be set up for me. Like, what is it even doing now, and why is it taking so long? Oh, did another instance of it finally start up over here? That's great. Just stop trying to interact with this terminal. Do we actually have an activity light? No, we do. Yeah, the left LED on there is definitely blinking, and the only card we're using is the network. What are we doing? Oh, Was it downloading packages or downloading the package database? Yeah, there's a whole world of like retro computer accessories that I'm sure I could try to acquire for this thing. I've been trying to not approach this from like a purchasing point of view though, and more from a like transforming the e-waste I've already got point of view. But I did have to buy these 2 PC cards for this thing because I didn't have any PC cards here. Was all of that just downloading a time zone list or something? I don't know what you're doing, Alpine. I was briefly entertaining the possibility of putting a sound card on this thing. Somebody had a was this a schematic? I think this might have been open source hardware. It might have just been something they were selling, but I think it was an open source design for an ISA, well, a PC-104 sound card. So I don't think you would have often found that form factor. Like you can find plenty of like new old stock or used ISA sound cards, but this thing doesn't actually have an ISA slot, so I'd have to get a PC-104 to ISA adapter, which is a thing. You can buy them on eBay. They're a little expensive because I don't think very many people need them. I mean, it's all just wires though, and it's all really low speed wires, so like part of me is also thinking, oh, I'll just find the cheapest sound card I can and then solder a bunch of wires to it, but that also seems terrible. Yeah, I should probably find a new pipeline for receiving e-waste to tinker with, because I had a PO box pretty close by for a while. I still have that PO box, so if you're waiting for me to discover something there, I should eventually get there. I just basically haven't been to the PO box since before COVID. So I need to travel to the other city where my PO box is and figure out what to do with that. Probably close it down, and if there's anything in it, retrieve it, and then get a PO box somewhere that's actually close by. Oh yeah, that's a good question. What's the big friendly yellow button? We should get the yellow button working in Linux. Um, that is part of this thing's user interface. So like this is a voting machine, right? It's got a user interface for the poll workers and for the people who are actually voting. And for the most part, the big touchscreen is actually for voting on. And so like this touchscreen actually is on one side of the machine, and the totally opposite side of the machine. Wake up, camera. Oh, you didn't overheat, did you? And then the totally opposite side of the machine has this small text LCD and a button and these 2 switches, which are kind of facing backwards behind this whole assembly. So when you turn it on, that thing shortly indicates like, oh, this is the voting machine software booting, and tells you what it's doing. And you can initiate like touchscreen calibration and maybe a couple other things from that UI. It's very basic though. It's really just something that you can interact with on the opposite side of the machine. Finally, it's asking for something new. Oh, it's a good thing we have ACPI. I don't really especially want this network block device image to be something I have to keep around. I'd rather it be something I can regenerate easily, so I don't super like having to run setup Alpine in here. I'm going to try to automate this. At this point, I kind of just want to do like a speed run toward getting wine running on here, though. Just like APK add wine, see if it runs. I'm sure it'll be slow. Everything on here is slow, but like once I know how broken the thing is, I can start to optimize it. Or start to form a plan B if plan A is just completely not happening. Oh yeah, see, it's also cranky because I didn't include, I didn't actually include all the packages locally. I should really figure out how to build Alpine packages with the correct keys in my Docker. Oh gosh, and it's getting a certificate verification. Is that because of the clock or something else? Because the clock. Are you gonna test all the mirrors? Mm-hmm. This camera is always getting cranky about how warm it is internally. Seems to last longer if I like open all the doors on it. Kernel panic button time. Right. Someone's asking if this will boot CPM88. I mean, what hardware does that need? Probably just BIOS, right? I mean, I don't know anything about CPM, but I would expect it to mostly be doing text I/O on BIOS and not talking to the hardware directly. If that's the case, maybe it would run. If it does try to talk to the hardware directly, well, maybe it's trying to talk to something that this emulates. It's a good thing my 486 is choosing the fastest Alpine mirror. Oh, I wonder if X to X works any better now. X to X I don't think ever works splendidly, but it was really, really bad before. I think that was partly because of the network, and partly because of bad software design, and partly because of lack of cursor hardware acceleration. tripod handle for this camera is so chewed up by Tuco. Oh, there's a question about X2X. It's a little bit like Synergy, if you've heard of that. It's a thing that lets you sort of move the mouse off the edge of the screen of one computer and sort of have it virtually go onto the screen of a different computer. Synergy is a cross-platform app that does this, and X2X is basically that same idea, but older and written directly to Xlib, so it only works with X11. Oh yeah, Tuco's got a good tail blanket going, that's great. Covering his eyes. Which SSH server should we try? I'm pretty sure Dropbear works. Do we want to see how OpenSSH does? Let's be adventurous here. Does X to X not sound fun? I mean, yeah, like a lot of people would rather use Synergy, I guess. I kind of went to that for this because I was assuming that I didn't actually have a network connection when I was starting to set that up, and I figured I would be sending I figured I'd be basically gluing a single X11 socket onto the serial port directly. Oh man, are we just out of coldness? Does the board have a parallel port from the chat? Yes, it does. It was originally intended to use a thermal printer, which I do have. So you can print. You could also unplug the printer and just use the parallel port. Oh gosh, available disks. Don't mess with my disk setup. I like how it just lists that as 0.1 gigabytes. It's just rounding it up to an entire 100 megs. There's a question about PLIP, the parallel port, or what does that stand for? Parallel link IP, parallel layer for IP, or something like that. Yeah, I haven't thought about that in ages. I was thinking about using DOS's sort of equivalent, the interlink cable, to transfer files back when I was getting Windows running on here. Gosh, this Alpine configuration is brutal on here. I definitely don't want to be doing all of this on board. I want to try to get this set up on my build script side. Parallel line internet protocol. Oh, parallel link. Sorry, that text is too small. No, I like hanging out with older people. I feel just like dismal about the world when I hang out with people who have never seen like other possible internets and only know our current shitty internet. From chat, it's hard to be nostalgic for slow internet. I guess so. I mean, today's internet is certainly no fun on a small pipe. When web pages were more like tens of kilobytes instead of tens of megabytes, though, I thought it was fine. Oh, why are we downloading all of this stuff now? Is this gonna write a config file I can use to automate it? So part of the problem I was running into is I don't think this was successfully using the network inside. Was I trying to do this in QEMU or in Docker? Because it definitely wouldn't have had network if it was in QEMU, but I should just try that again in Docker. Are these upgrades? Because I thought I had a bunch of these things. Let's enjoy this cat cam while the camera's working. This is just Alpine installing libraries in the background. It's not very interesting. Gosh, Tuco's so good. I don't know to what extent this board was actually even designed to have like normal PCMCIA slots. These were never intended for like network cards or modems. They were intended specifically for these memory cards that were used for voting data. And I don't know what kind of memory cards those were. I don't know if they were just memory devices in a PC card form factor, which tend to be pretty small, like less than 64 megabytes. And then there are more like hard disk shaped PC cards, like what we've got here. But I'm thinking, like, if they intended this to be for memory devices mainly, then it's possible they didn't even wire up the interrupt on the other slot, since maybe they wouldn't have needed it, and maybe they only wired up this one for kind of development purposes. Oh gosh, somebody's hoping that the votes went on to write once, read many cards for security purposes. No, nothing in this machine was designed with actual security, really. It has some security theater in it, and it has just a bunch of stuff that's not even trying. There have already been some analyses of this from a security perspective, and it basically just isn't really good in any way. Like just for a great illustration of how they were approaching security in this machine, there are tamper evident stickers on the door that you put the cards into, but you can just unscrew the bottom of the machine and get access to the entire motherboard without disturbing any of the stickers. It's got some kind of supposed counter that you're not supposed to be able to tamper with, but it's just on a serial EEPROM on the motherboard. Tuco likes that spot a lot. I've just managed to combine all of his favorite things as I find them. He likes that little heated blanket, the blue one. I guess it's more of a pad than a blanket. He likes that old red chair, and he likes sitting next to the door. Gosh, Alpine is installing way more things than I expected. I hope we have enough room on this gigabyte network image. This isn't going to try to download an X server, is it? I need to use my custom built X server. Yeah, no, there's really nothing reassuring about voting machines. They should not reassure you. Sometimes I feel like technology is the opposite of science. Like science gives you tools to illuminate things, and technology gives you fancier curtains to put everything behind. Oh, it's installing full-strength Vim. Lua. Where does this list of packages come from? This is all just from running setup Alpine. I hadn't actually... Like, I've used parts of Alpine for a bunch of things, but I've never actually just installed Alpine on a computer as an entire Linux distro. Oh, there's a question. Does my custom X server include touchscreen support? Not yet, although I don't think we actually need the X server to do anything special for the touchscreen. I think that's going to be entirely a kernel thing, maybe with some user mode support for calibration. The custom X server is to re-add ISA bus support. I had to kind of hack together a fairly large patch to make that happen. Yeah, I guess that's a good point, that the voting machines that just help you fill out like a paper form automatically seem like a good compromise. Yeah, I mean, those seem okay on their own. It's just, like, everything's just a part of a system, right? It's like those seem like they don't really hurt on their own, but there's plenty of other places where you don't want to add extra complexity and you don't want monocultures and you want additional human verification. And so a lot of that kind of moves the problem to like the auditing equipment side and the scanning equipment side, which is a better place for the problem to be, but it doesn't completely remove it. Oh, there you are, Tuke. Do you want to check out the coldness? Oh, it's installing several X11 things. So I'm ignoring the local terminal. It's stuck inside of a setup Alpine that I can't kill until I have another terminal, but my serial terminal is inside of a mostly complete setup Alpine. Tuco, do you just want to chew this, honey? You want to chew the very middle? You just want to put your whole jaw around that. I get it. I get it. That makes sense. Careful. Dude. What's so good about that? Is it just a good shape to chew? Is it better if it's open more or closed more? Hey Tuco, don't be over there. Yeah, gosh, voting on the blockchain. Basically, if somebody offers blockchain as a solution, it just means they've decided not to try to find a solution. He is a very snuggleable cat. How did this finally finish? Tuco, what are you up to? Yeah, what do you want to... bow tube. Okay. Maybe I should take advantage of my messed up console to run Xorg. Xorgan. There's a question about this keyboard. It's Keyboardio. It's the kind with the little Ethernet cable that goes between the halves. It's not really Ethernet. There's a question about whether those are double PC card slots. Those are just single, so it has 2 card slots total. What is APK doing in the background? I think that was part of the one that I killed. I should probably kill that. Maybe? No, I'm worried that I just messed it up in multiple ways by having like overlapping instances of setup Alpine. I probably shouldn't kill that. I should just let it finish even if it's doing something I don't want. Is X getting there? Oh, 2 goes back. Oh, you want that chair? Triple. Oh, did that actually run XKB comp successfully, maybe? It did seem like the problem with the keyboard in X was mostly just related to me not having some stuff installed that it needed, so it's possible to set up Alpine actually grabbed that. UDEV is doing something. I really shouldn't have 2 instances of DH client. PWM was pretty lightweight, but my problem with that was that it seemed to hang during window placement. So I don't know how broken my Alpine is at this point, but we do at least have an X server that works, which means it's the one that I have patches in. There's a question about what terminal Linux emulates on the console. It's related to the VT102, but it's got a bunch of extensions. There's actually a man page about it. I think it's console codes. Hey. Zuko's making sweet noises. There's a comment from chat that X took a while to start up. Everything takes a while to start up on this machine. Even the original firmware, which fit on a 16 meg card, took a while to load. I mean, DOS boots pretty fast. Actually, Windows 3.1 was running like a champ on here. My only complaint with Windows 3.1 was that I don't have a way to rotate the screen, but it was actually pretty speedy. Tuco is so purring. Anyway, I think I told X to listen on TCP, so I kind of wanted a local window manager, but I could run the window manager remotely. What was my IP address? There's a question, does the X server support XV? Do you mean like X video? I mean, actually it sort of does. This chip is actually a little bit unique in that it does actually have an accelerated video port. The video accelerator is actually on Visa Local Bus, so it has more bandwidth than ISA. It just uses the ISA programming model. And so the X server does seem to have some support for the video acceleration on here. I don't actually know like what YUV modes it supports or what resolutions or if the driver's any good. It also seems like most of the acceleration is being disabled by the screen rotation right now anyway, which is not great. just send RxVT over. I don't need to send the window manager first, but I wanted something long-lived so that I don't have the problem where the X server restarts after the last client disconnects. Yeah, so the graphics chip has 2D hardware acceleration. It has like blitz and off-screen memory and whatever, just like a basic 2D accelerator. And I need to rotate the screen because the case that this thing is mounted in is in the screen's in portrait mode, so it's rotated versus the actual logical orientation of the panel. This is acting hung now. Oh, okay, it's just swapping in a bunch of stuff. The network is blinking. Glad we have an activity light. Oh, hey, Chico. There's some interesting smells outside, too. It'd be nice to have like a real-time roll of all the packets going into this thing. I should have put it on a separate network that I could just run Wireshark on all of. So slow. What's that smell, Chico? Was that rain mixed with skunk? I was laughing at the comment that modern Linux is so fast, right? It's so modern and it's running so quickly. Yeah, no, I don't know actually what we're waiting on. I assume it's some storage related thing paging in, but I can't actually see what's going on unless I add some more debugging, which I'm thinking about doing. Actually, I could probably just do a capture filter in Wireshark and it would know how to decode NBD. Cool. We can see all the reads. Sure is reading things. Yeah. Oh, I don't know what we're actually reading. This might be the keyboard compiling stuff that happens the first time you run X. But we are just reading stuff from the network block device as fast as possible, and everything is otherwise wedged. This could be going better. There's a question about swap. There's no swap. I could add swap, but so far there's been more RAM than we need. Like, I don't even know what we could be loading that's this big, unless it's something like the keyboard tables. It'd be cool if I could even read the Xorg log, because, like, it's possible the keyboard's working right now and I just haven't seen it. I'm just going to take this disk image, diff it, and then automatically make all the changes in my setup process. can I SSH in and fire up xload? There's no SSH server running, and I'm like trying to submit commands via the serial port, and they're having no effect. So like something is extremely wedged on this system. Like these processes are all blocked on I/O. The disk or the I/O queue for the root file system is probably overflowing at this point. So like no, there's basically nothing I can do except wait for it or try something else. Like I could basically abandon this part of the experiment and stop trying to set this up over the network block device and try to have something very minimal that is already completely ready to run, which is more like what I'd been trying to do before. This just seemed like it was working all right. Isn't there a CLI Wireshark? I wonder if I can still ping it. I mean, that should work at least. Anything that's like in the kernel's network stack should be fine. Like with the SSH thing, I would expect, like if we could SSH in, if the SSH daemon was running, I would expect that maybe the SSH daemon itself would not be in like blocked IO sleep. But as soon as it actually tried to spawn any processes, then those processes would have to page something in off the disk, and we would be in exactly the same situation. Pings are even taking a while to respond. It's usually not that high latency. Oh, is that called T-Shark? Yeah. I wonder if I've got that installed already. I do. thought that would select command packets, but maybe not. Are we getting repeated reads at the same locations? Just noticing some repeats. Is it not actually streaming that to standard out now? There we go. Maybe this is something something worse. What would this even be? Maybe we could just look at what's there on the card or on the file. use hex there. Oh, thank you, Bash. Giving commands support for hex that really should have it. That looks like part of the file system. Is there something going on that would be defeating the buffer cache? That sure looks like file system junk also. Yeah, maybe I stop trying to run X and start debugging why my buffer cache isn't working. Oh, that's right. QEMU has a fancier NBD server that we could be using. I wonder if there's anything relevant in the Linux source code docs. That ABI is also interesting. But maybe admin guide first. You know, I guess if network block device was designed to be really something you could use for swap, maybe it doesn't actually go through the buffer cache. Although it seems like it would have to. mean, we could try NFS and see if that works any better. I was assuming NVD would be more efficient, but if it doesn't have good caching properties the way it's set up right now, that would kind of be a deal breaker. Really? Is that true? There's a comment that you can't actually swap over NVD, but I thought that you could. I don't know how up to date the comment is. There's a demand from chat to do something about FPGA. What should I do about them? I mean, they're everywhere. I don't think I can really do anything about them now. Still no signs of life from the X server, huh? It'd be useful to know what that kernel thinks it's doing, right? I mean, there are ways we could... I was just wondering for a minute, like, oh, how do I know it hasn't kernel panicked? But like, we are still getting network activity. It's still trying to do something. Alright, well, NFS maybe? I'm probably done with this file system. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of sunk cost here as I waited for a bunch of things to run, but I don't know that I actually want this file system. I like the disk image thing versus NFS though. It's nice to have like a nice container boundary that you can, where you can have like different semantics inside versus outside. this is going nowhere fast. Okay, maybe I should try running the X server without doing setup Alpine. Let's get a fresh file system. Related to swap over network, I've been tempted to do that once or twice. I've certainly had situations where my network storage was fast and my local memory was limited. I could probably take the card out to stop getting errors like this every time I boot. Right, like after the storage card times out, then I think we're gonna boot into a nice fresh network to root environment with a serial terminal. Is it not gonna give up? It just took a while to give up. Cool, now it's switching to network. Yeah, at least the boot up process is pretty uneventful when I actually have the NBD server running. Oh, I guess I could be looking at T-Shark. Okay, do I think this is completely uncached? So this home directory should be on the network. Right, this is a 1 GB network disk. The actual block size we have on the NBD request is different than what I'm requesting in DD. It's batching it into 128K blocks, which is nice. Yeah, actually, what do the network requests look like if I do 512-byte blocks? Cool, still 128K. Okay, this is acting like normal buffer cached stuff, so I feel like whatever was happening before must have been something with intentional direct I/O, or just something that was like failing. Like that looked more like a bug than just an actual performance problem. I think our caching is fine. So let's forget about setup Alpine. Let's just run some of the init scripts, like init udev maybe. Why did I even background that? Okay, can we tmux now? We can. Cool. Let's make this a little bigger. Xorg. I've got to figure out how to disable GLX harder. Still trying to load GLX. So we did get past the keyboard initialization last time. I don't know if it did any better. Like, so this is definitely failing. I don't know if it was failing last time. Oh. Okay, I don't even want to run xdpy info without running a long-lived client. So I don't know that I have a window manager locally that I actually want to run. So I think I'm just going to try this same thing. Oh, that was fast. Let me fix the rotation on that. Can I have a window manager? Okay, so FEWM is a little slow. I don't know that I've gotten great results out of Fluxbox either. TWM was good, but I don't like the window placement, which I could disable, but I don't know if I want to go into editing TWM config files right now. That's not too bad. Okay, let's do X to X. Whoa, it's a little faster. Yeah, X to X is still doing these intermediate movements, which I don't think that used to happen. I think that maybe that's just a place where X to X and Xorg have diverged in incompatible ways. And it's trying to do this opaque window dragging, even though X to X is giving it all this bad input, and that's causing all this flickering. Well, now that we have real Ethernet, I guess we could try Synergy. Oh gosh. Yeah, I'll stop that. There was also some drama with Synergy because it was basically abandoned for a long time and then got picked up as a commercial product. And so I think there's an open source fork of the old Synergy now. I don't know what it's called though. Right, this is all going to be bike stuff. Barrier, that's what it is. Barrier. GPL 2.0 only. Cool, that's an Alpine and Arch. Oops. If this actually works all right, I'll probably put it in my build scripts to get it set up automatically, but for now I'm just gonna try to install it with APK. Oh gosh, is there a mouse button stuck down thanks to X to X? Probably. Where's the config file man page? Does that not even include the doc package? Huh. I guess there's supposed to be a GUI configurator. Oh, the GUI is just called barrier. I guess I was trying to run the internal parts directly. Maybe? Okay, it was just taking a minute to do something. Why is this monitor a rectangle? This computer has 3 monitors attached to it that are very much not in a rectangle. Still downloading. Is it? Maybe this network disk is just kind of slow. Maybe we should use the other disk. Yeah, it would be nice to have two 2 PC card slots that both support interrupts. That would be kind of cool. There's a question from chat about whether I've tried reversing a GSM module. I have not done any like serious effort on that. I did a bit of poking around on one a while ago, but like I think I just got as far as kind of understanding the binary packing format a little bit and getting parts of it to actually load in a disassembler, and didn't really have a good sized goal for that project. Sure, I've eaten a lot of 128K chunks. I wonder if this is some kind of live lock situation we're getting into. Like, this might actually be something to bring out the kernel debugger for. We're getting just a bunch of NBD activity and not really anything else. That would be one advantage of trying to do this over NFS, is we would be able to see it reading files instead of blocks. I'm like thinking about what would ext4 be doing that would look like this. Pretty much anything. Oh, can't allocate color. That's right. I'm using 8-bit mode right now, which does mean allocating colors is a thing. Yeah, I don't know what would cause this. I just wouldn't expect to see so much I/O without anything else going on. Well, I could wrap up the stream here and just leave this going for a while and see if it makes any progress, and then depending on how that goes, maybe not. We still have a bunch of debugging to do on this. Like, we could actually just try to go directly after that IRQ problem so we can have storage and network running happily. Still trying to just kind of speed run directly toward running Wine and some microcontroller tools on this, but there's a whole bunch of things about that suck right now. It's like, obviously it's slow and the input devices are bad, and Gosh. You know, I wonder if it was actually better swapping the cards the other way around and then having a fast local storage device and a really slow network that at least kind of sort of worked. It wasn't too bad, actually. But I would like to actually just get the IRQs working in both places. Yeah, so one option might be to just go directly at the motherboard and look at what's going on with the IRQ pins on the PC card slot. We should be able to trace those to, I'm assuming they go right to like a buffer chip or a level shifter and then to one of the pins on the system on chip, which is not the easiest thing to probe, but the way they broke out the BGA footprint for the system on chip, there's a via for almost every ball on the package, which means that it's a little awkward, but if you go from the backside with a scope probe, you can actually get most of the signals. Oh, is that the power management kicking in? Oh, that wasn't out of memory killed, was it? Oh, it was. Huh. Okay, so I guess caching is not going to work too well if we just are completely using up all of our memory. Maybe we don't have memory to run APK and XORG at the same time. Huh. Could add some swap space. I don't think I have any devices to do that on right now other than the network. Could add another network block device for swap. Oh. I think I'm just going to kill the X server for a temporary minute here. It's cool that that did come back, though. There we go. Oh, X server kills cleanly. Nice. Tmux takes a minute to swap. Okay. Gosh, UDEV is also a little heavy here. Okay. APK add barrier. There's a comment from chat that this thing has a video D accelerator. I'm sure the graphics would be slower without the extra chip. Like without the 65550 that's actually running the screen, it would be limited to 4-bit grayscale and either VGA or quarter VGA, I think, depending on the display panel you're using. Oh, that's also a problem. Yeah, I should actually just fix the signatures for that. Oh my god, I don't mean a build, I mean the program a build. This looks a little bit like what I'm doing. Oh, this is actually a little different, but it's kind of handy. This is for the kind of similar, this is for this like Docker-based kind of small rootfs world that I'm in here, but it's specifically for just packaging a single application, which is a little bit smaller than what I'm aiming for. Not much, but just a little bit. But anyway, if I look at how this works, this might point me to the piece of Alpine that I need to understand. Or maybe there's a simpler eye. This is the step I'm missing. I'm already doing the other parts, but I wasn't sure how to get the new system to trust the keys that were generated by the build system. This is like almost literally the exact same command I need because I also called my user builder. Can I paste in the keys to prototype this? This will have to be the exact same run because they generate new keys each time, but I think it is. It's also kind of a convenient way to make sure that the packages and the distro are actually matched in this system, because I'm not trying to create like a portable distribution. I'm just trying to create like a monolithic system that is itself composed of distro packages. Okay. Yeah. What is that minus? Is this like a... I'm just curious if there's supposed to be another half of this or if it was actually a negative number somewhere. Right, I think that Forspoken world like actually fixed it the opposite way by reverting my custom packages to the regular ones. always package management that is the most annoying part of getting Linux set up on a really low spec machine. I remember when I was running, I've got memories of running both Slackware and Debian on this old 386 laptop ages ago. I don't remember which one I stuck with the longest. I feel like it was probably Debian, because I've got all these memories of having to make sure that my RAM was absolutely as free as possible before running anything with apt-get. I think that was the 8 meg machine. Is that not enough to trust the signature? Was the name important? I guess that does have two parts there. How much of this is it recalculating every time I run APK? Oh. Why is that? Oh, testing? Oh, interesting. I already got barrier selected because I did that with allow broken world or whatever. That's fine. I'm about to fix that. Just wait for Vim to load. I should have run VI. Well, maybe this is a better question for the person who was asking if I've ever tried reversing a GSM module. What would you do if you were reversing a GSM module? Like, what would you find interesting about that? Because, like, I don't know, it's like an interesting, extremely complicated thing to poke around inside of. But, I don't know, it's like, I don't know if you'd actually get to a point that's actually interesting going in that way. I mean, basically, it's a thing that you can spend tons of time on and maybe find some mobile phone bugs if you're lucky. But if you're going for that, then, like, you're not going to be doing it on a live stream. You're going to be trying to, like, find the bugs before everyone else does and then sell them, which is not what I'm doing. Oh, I do need to update that. There's a question about whether I've tried to revisit and solve the 64 meg card limit. I still don't know what's going on with that. Just to tell you where I'm at there, I have a handful of cards here. I don't have like an exhaustive collection or anything. I just have some random CF cards and a CF to SD adapter. And a lot of them are really small. I have like a 4 meg card and a 16 meg card. And the one we're using right now is a 64 meg card. I have a 128 meg, and I have a CF to SD adapter that will take kind of arbitrary sizes. And neither of those seemed to work with this BIOS as boot devices. The BIOS gave up on talking to them pretty early on in boot. So I haven't looked closer at why the BIOS is giving up on those devices. So far, I'm still booting off the 64 meg card, but if I put the other cards in the right slots, I can get, you know, an arbitrarily large hard drive in one of them at least. Maybe I just need to build this myself. To go. Hey. Hey, little boy. Yeah, is testing... I'm assuming testing is like in Git, but not actually in their built repos. That's fine. If this is actually going to work, I can stick it in my Docker that's just building Alpine packages. I gotcha, Tuco. this all there is? Do I just have that checked out? Oh, do I have an SSH server? It'd be handy to have an SSH server here. I'm not building this on here though, am I? Yeah, that should do. If I just add this to the end of the aports builder, I won't change my keys. Gosh. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll stop trying to do this live and actually just rebuild this. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try just compiling this without any changes. I should also a build checksum once. I don't know, that's convenient. I'll take your seat. it's waiting for the disk to time out. Me too. Oh, why did the network boot fail? One unreachable. Let's try that again. Ow. Tuco. Hey, Tuco. Ow. Tuco was a bit sharp there. Oh, what are we doing now? Gosh, Tuco, you're slightly in the way. is failing a DHCP, although... Gosh, this is uncomfortable. Watch this where I can see it. Okay, was this just having intermittent DHCP problems? I didn't actually see what it said the first time when it failed, and then it looked like we just didn't have an IP address, but now it's working fine. That window at the bottom is scrolling the network block device request still. Yay, and we have a serial terminal. I wonder if it's safe to use a different window manager. Blackbox seemed to be running pretty fast. I'm going to add that into the list of pre-installed packages for next time. Oh, why is that still untrusted? Ooh, segfault. Really? Ow. No. Should all be a new image. Oh, I only put that in debug root. Shouldn't debug root be based on rootfs? Whoa! Oh, hi, hey boy. Oh gosh. This just all needs unmessifying. So user local package. I think I was putting these in common, and then at some point I decided it was better to put them directly in large instead of putting them in common and like removing the packages directory from large. Maybe I just base the debugfs on rootfs large. Yeah, I don't know. Past me kind of had a point keeping these separate. I like user local package better than slash packages. So these are both just going to be the same. And it sucks, but whatever. And in the meantime, I guess I could just rebuild this. This isn't going to take long because that was one of the last steps. To go. To go. Hey. Oh, this black box not even a package. To go. Honey, please. Oh, you want to bite that again? Are there tags on these packages? Like, Where would I even find a list of all the window managers in Alpine? Duke, what are you doing back there? Tuka, don't be back there. No! No! Hey, boy, don't be doing that. Hey, I know that's tasty, but it's not a thing you should eat. Hey. Dude. No. Hey. Dude. Can I help you not be in that location? Zuko. Little guy. Yeah. Oh, what is CWM? Oh, it's from OpenBSD. You went out again, right? Fine. Never tried this window manager, but why not? Oh, is this a tiling window manager? Tiling window managers are great, but maybe not for a touchscreen machine. Stacking window manager. This is probably a fun thing to try on a different machine, but not this machine. Oh, DOSBox. Gotta have DOSBox. And Firefox. I mean, FEWM is not the worst, but it feels awfully slow on this machine still. Ow, IceWM. I haven't used this in ages. We could try that. Oh, is this only in testing? Am I gonna have to compile this also? Second thoughts again about using Alpine for this part of the image. Maybe I want to be building a Debian bootloader. Although I don't know, like customizing the Alpine packages is certainly less annoying than Debian. No, I don't feel like going on an epic window manager adventure, so I'm just going to throw FEWM in here. It's going to suck, but we'll pick something else more intentionally later. Oh, yeah. Love to no longer have a file system. Yep. I wonder if this build will finish in time if I just boot and let them race. I bet this will finish. It's almost done. There's a comment from someone who says this is their last day on Twitch. Are you leaving for any particular reason? Oh yeah, I should just take out that card that isn't working. Maybe not hot remove it, but next time I'm booting. It's probably faster to yank it and then reboot actually. The timeout it was doing was really slow. That is the 64 gig card, which works great when it actually gets interrupts. Are we getting interrupts dropped again? That would point pretty conclusively to an IRQ issue instead of a socket issue. Login. Yeah. So removing the other card does in fact break it because it changes the IRQ assignment. Cool. Is there a way to tell Linux to just avoid an IRQ? Because that might be a quick fix for both of these problems. IRQ mask, that might be what I need. Not PCI though. We do not have an IO APIC, but I'm curious if this gives us any other options. All of our interrupts are XTPic, right? That might be the driver I need to focus on, is go read the source code for the XTPic and see if there's a masking option there. $1992 Linus and 94 to 2000 Ralph. Right. You love to find forward-looking comments that are clearly incorrect. Yeah, there's very little in this file that's likely to matter. Like, this is basically just stuff that is extremely I-8259 specific. The stuff down here where it allocates an IRQ domain is how it tells the system that these resources exist. If we just wanted to do something terrible, we could modify this code to just have IRQ3 just not exist, but it seems like there's probably something in the generic IRQ domain part of this that helps you mask IRQs. Let's learn more about that. Core API. Let's maybe look at the other side of this, like how does the IRQ actually get reserved for this device? To go. Hey. Okay. I want to keep thinking about this interrupt issue, but I also want to like boot this, so I'm just going to stick the other memory card back in. Such a cat. Oh. I might also want to look at how the cascade interrupt is implemented, since that could be similar where we basically just want to reserve one of the numbers. It's booting slowly this time because it has to let that 64 gig card time out due to lack of interrupt. We just set the time on NTP. What is it waiting for next? Why is it just hung there now? Okay, we're back to having just set the date. It's supposed to be connected to the NBD server right after this, right? Oh, maybe I need to reset this. Is it, I think M1, it might already have a connection stuck. Yeah, okay, killing the NBD server did actually cause it to drop back to its rescue shell. So Control D to retry that. Okay, now it's actually on the rootfs, or the network rootfs. So here are the network cards on IRQ4, and it seems to be working fine, and the 64 gig storage is on IRQ3, and it's basically not working. Okay. Do I have a window manager? Did I not actually compile that? Oh, that's right. WM, TWM. Ooh, do I have synergy? Or barrier, right? I should have installed that during build, but I think all we have to do is APK add, and that should work, and it'll be a decent test of APK add at least. So this should be using a package that's in user local package, I think, and it'll have the public key for the build image. There's a question about what distro this is. The one that I'm building for the 486 is based on Alpine. The machine we've been interacting with most of today is running Arch. The other machine that we've interacted with a little bit is running Ubuntu. Sometimes the camera's overheated and sometimes the cable just likes to be flaky. Oh gosh, how much RAM is this gonna need just to install barrier? I think I did use a little bit of swap space on that Slackware machine that had 8 megs, or the Debian machine that had 8 megs. I don't think it was very much, but I'm also trying to remember how big the hard disk was on that machine. This was a sort of weird laptop that I remember getting on eBay and like fixing up. I think the hard disk was like 250 meg. I theoretically could have put a bigger one in it at that point, because it was not like a new machine. It was like an old machine at the time I was messing with it, which was like when I was in high school. Just looking at this thing Tuco was chewing on and trying to figure out what part of it he liked. I think just the like round handle on this is very satisfying. Mostly writes. I assume that when it's just writing, it's downloading, and if it was unpacking, it would be writing and also maybe reading, but maybe it's unpacking, streaming from the repo. I don't know. Oh man, things sure are slow on this slow computer. This seems to be a pattern in the architecture-specific code in Linux, reserving interrupts by just actually attaching them to a no-op handler and moving on with your life. I was hoping to see a way to do this using just kernel config options, but this would certainly be an easy patch, just basically adding another of these to request any other IRQs that seem to be like broken or otherwise reserved. Could also, of course, do this with a kernel module. Don't know that I feel like writing a module just to reserve an IRQ. So yeah, maybe I'll just try copy pasta and see if we can fix it that way. Not on branch. Should I make a branch for this? for patching the kernel now. Steadily worse at typing when I get tired. Oh yeah, this large image should have Micropolis on it. Yeah. Oh my gosh, barrier finally installed. Okay, I don't think I want to even try to load that full UI, but barrier client. And like once we actually have the X server running. This should just, yeah, okay. I just wanted to see how long it would take to die and or if it would have any unexpected errors. How bad is Tmux going to be here? Oh yeah, Tmux does not actually run. I assume because of pseudo terminals. Why would I background Tmux? Building that patched kernel over here. our X stipple. Beautiful stipple. Okay. Let's just do FWM, because I know it doesn't hang sometimes like TWM in this case. Got an hourglass from FEWM. It's like a floating microphone. Is FEWM still loading stuff over the network? No? Is no daemon gonna make it verbose, or did I miss a verbose option? Debug. Oh. That build's already done. We could try this new kernel if we want. There's a comment that it's better than patching the kernel. I wonder what that was in reference to. Loading a module. Because, I mean, yes and no. I mean, theoretically, yes, loading a module is easier than patching the kernel, but if I already have the code ready to go in a patch and I don't have the module build system set up, it's actually just easier to patch the kernel. And then someone's wondering what my first computer was. The first computer that I have memories of using versus the first computer I spent like large amounts of time with versus the first computer that I actually owned are all different machines. The earliest computer I have any memories of is probably like an Apple II, but I didn't really program the Apple II. Like, I mostly encountered that as like an onlooker when other people were messing with it. I didn't really have one or like access to one myself, really. I had kind of a similar experience with the Commodore 64 where like I interacted with one a little bit. I thought it was really cool, but I didn't really have the time or mentorship to get deeper into it. And then I had a much deeper experience with this old IBM PC that my dad had. He bought this machine. I don't know when he bought it. It was like a suitcase-sized compact portable machine. He mostly used it to work from home because he was a workaholic, and he would like dial into his company's network and work from home on this thing. I didn't really understand anything about what he did at the time, but I thought the computer was interesting, and he noticed that I thought it was interesting, and so he got me started learning to program BASIC on it, and we did some projects together. But then he basically just gave me a stack of books and left me alone, and that's how all of this happened. Just being a sort of weird and emotionally neglected kid for a bunch of years. I wouldn't actually recommend it. Well, FEWM made some progress. Barrier, not so much. Assuming maybe the other end is rejecting the connection. Is this listening on a different port? What is that? That was just some transient thing. Weird. That explains all the random UDP ports. It's a DLNA thing. Anyway, barriers 24,800, 32,907. I mean, the client seems to think it was connected. I'm wanting to run the server somewhere I can get more log output. There's a comment that the first part where I was doing stuff together with my dad sounded nice. Yeah, that part was alright. I do have some good memories of doing projects with my dad. But yeah, the whole approach I would not recommend. I mean, I generally would not recommend people actually like seek out the process of getting more interested in computers. It doesn't seem to go very well for people in the long term. Let's save the configuration. I was hoping it would actually open up help, but whatever. Oh, and someone was asking what Barrier is. It is a fork of Synergy, which is a program that lets you kind of remote control other computers from your computer. It's how I'm trying to get mouse and keyboard on here as a stopgap before I actually have proper mouse and keyboard, basically. Like, it's certainly something I could just give up on, but it would be useful to have a way of sending my mouse and keyboard over there. Oh, do I have another server that is maybe not configured correctly? Why is it connected? Did that just restart? I think there's another copy of this that thinks it's running in my system tray, but isn't actually visible. Does it really need this SSL certificate? SSL isn't enabled. If I turn SSL on, will it generate the certificate? Okay. I'm going to turn off SSL just because this is a fairly silly isolated test, but if I'm actually planning on using this, I'll definitely want to get this working. Oh man, I've got one copy of Barrier, and it's actually connected. Now I need fewer debugs. There's a question about why I wouldn't recommend getting into computers, because it seems like I enjoy it. I wouldn't say I enjoy computers. There may be times in the past when that would have been true, but I don't anymore, and I don't know that I really did when I started either. And as for why I wouldn't recommend getting into it, basically, I don't know what there is to do that's actually worth doing anymore. Like, a lot of people think about technology as a way to like contribute something or a way to like make things better. And that was a lot of what I found motivating. And then the more I understood the actual like context that my work existed in, the more it just seemed like that was like 100% a lie, and the things that technology is actually really good for and like mostly helps out with tends to just be amplifying power and consolidating resources. So like there are theoretically things to do with technology that aren't terrible, like at some scales, but like it didn't seem like something that I could find like a sustainable way to do, or that like most people have a healthy way to interact with. Like most of technology is either just a lie or a cash grab. And the stuff that isn't tends to be low on the technology and high on the social and politics. And that's like really what ends up mattering. Like anyone can make a computer do a thing if they spend enough time doing it. Like programming computers is not hard. Computer programmers are not smart. It's just an activity that you can choose to spend your time on. And it's not a very rewarding activity. Like it can be in some ways, but like unless the thing you're doing is basically already done, it takes a huge amount of time to make anything, and it becomes this like this thing that people feel like they then have to justify their expenditure of. Like, we have all this great technology, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't use it for everything? And so we use it for everything. Barrier is working a little bit better than X to X. Like, I'm just like trying to move the mouse around and keep track of it at this point. And it's flickery, but it's not moving the mouse to all these like bad intermediate locations. I've got a right click menu that opens in the wrong spot. The mouse cursor being hard to see will be less of a problem when the touchscreen is working. Why am I getting all these personal questions? You just like pop into a channel and you're like, are you married? Like, why? Anyway, I think that means I need to stop reading chat. I thought I launched Xterm, but I might have failed to actually get the menu. But it's interesting that somebody was commenting that for someone who's involved with computers a lot, I sure do talk down about them a lot. And yes, you noticed I'm actually trying to be realistic about this stuff. I'm not trying to just like sugarcoat everything. Okay, it's a left click on the root window to get this. Like at this point, I don't really know what else to do except like continue doing things with hardware or whatever and sharing it, because like that's basically all I know how to do at this point. But I don't think it's a good idea. I don't think it's like helping the world at large. I just think it's something that I know how to do, and it's slightly entertaining, and it's a thing that people will pay me a little bit to do. But like, I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, in general, I think we'd all be better off if more people didn't feel like their job had to be a good idea. Like, we should normalize having ambivalent feelings about what we do. Like, how are we going to make progress as a society unless we can, like, do things while also questioning the things that we're doing? Oh my god, I keep losing the mouse cursor as soon as I actually try to launch Xterm. Probably doesn't help that this setup is so complicated. Like I said, this computer I'm sending the mouse from has 3 screens of its own. I think I did actually lose it though. Yeah, I think Barrier actually disconnected. Ooh, did this actually just crash? It might not be crashed, it might just be really slow, but it's not in good shape right now. Oh yeah, we're probably just low in memory right now. I suspect Barrier is not as small as it could be, and I also suspect FEWM is straining my X server's pix maps right now. Yes. Yes. Comment from Emily that if we just paid everyone to log off, I think everything would improve. That is precisely it. Pay people to do nothing and the world will be much better. Right? People need, I mean, what that really points to is that our concept of money is just not serving the people, right? Like if, I don't know, don't want to make this like 110% rant, but there's a lot that it would be useful to reconsider more frequently. There's someone wondering why I'm using barrier instead of X11 RDP. I have no idea how that would solve the same problem. Barrier is a way to send input devices from one computer to another. If I was using something like Remote Desktop or VNC, I could do that, but it wouldn't honestly be the best way to do it. It would be spending most of its CPU time just trying to compress the screen. I remember something a long time ago that was kind of like oh, that's it, yeah. So X2X is basically like the old school version of Synergy, which then became Barrier. It was a way to send input from one X server to a different X server. I think there was also a similar project called X2VNC, which used a VNC server to send input to an arbitrary computer and then just ignored the video. And it was not efficient, but there were certainly situations where that was the only thing I knew how to use to get input to a particular computer. And I think before Synergy, that was the best way to do like Linux to Windows kind of KVM stuff. Here you go. Gosh, well this seems to be doing really poorly. I might actually need some swap space at some point. Which brings me to the higher speed storage device. Maybe we test this Linux kernel patch and then wrap up the stream. If the storage device actually works, then maybe I will create a swap partition on it. Hey Tuco. Hey Tuco, you want to leave? Okay. Yoink. Yoink. Gosh, speaking of the like early technology, like learning stuff too, like it's interesting contrasting that conversation with the bit about like kind of being disillusioned with technology's current progress, yet being basically stuck in it anyway. Like so my dad, he's retired now, but and we haven't talked in a long time. But when I was growing up and we lived together, he was a workaholic, always working. He worked at Lockheed Martin, so the one of the world's largest weapons manufacturers, and I didn't really think much of it when I was small because it just was in the kind of ambient background noise of the world. It's like, oh yeah, that's just a place that people work, and my dad works at this place. I didn't understand that this is a company that makes huge amounts of money on just stockpiles of weapons that we use to expand our empire across the world, right? And of course, he doesn't think of it that way. He thinks of it as like, oh, we're exploring space and I'm helping make like, you know, rockets that we need to get stuff into orbit and, you know, exploring other planets and whatever. And that really opened my eyes to how so much of these kind of like science and exploration and agency narratives are really just like a fresh coat of paint over manifest destiny and war profiteering. Oh, Tuco wants back in. I'll let him in after I type a command. Making my clean debug flash. To go. Hey! You want back in? You just doing the rounds? Taking my seat? Is that why you leave? Do you just want to take my seat each time? Strategy cat. Little strategy cat. Around. I'm glad some people from chat appreciate the rants. I have mixed feelings about them, but I'll try to include them in the mix. That definitely was a video cable issue. Card finished copying. We will give that boot up a try once I finish petting Tuco. Kitty. Yeah. Hey. Oh, actually, I have a sudden need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Oh, Tuco, you're still right there. Such cat. Card. Oh yeah, that's a good comment from chat. Emily says her favorite thing about old computers is sometimes you see a little detail that shows that something was ahead of its time and somebody actually really cared about that. It's a good sign. It reminds you of all the humanity that gets ground up into money paste for the internet. Any bets on how broken this kernel's gonna be? Oh, hey, Tuke. Oh, we're online. That's great. I just didn't run the network server quite fast enough. Hey, Chirpo. Caching service dependencies. Ah, okay. Reserved. Okay, let's see if we can do storage. Failed. Oh, is that just one of the sockets probing unsuccessfully? Hmm. I don't know if I actually have all the bits and pieces I need to match these in arbitrary order. I'm wondering if I have to run that UDEV probe thing again. Socket startup. Oh yeah, we got a SDB1. Cool, and so now that's using IRQ4 and IRQ5. Is that actually working? this is so uncomfortable. I might have to test this more thoroughly when I'm not hovering over the keyboard to avoid getting in the way of Tuco, but this seems promising so far. Right? Those are both getting plenty of interrupts now. I don't know why IRQ3 is broken. Aw. We have a comment from a non-cat person who wonders why cat people don't just, like, move the cat. It's because the cat's choices are precious and must be respected. If the cat wants to be in the chair, then the cat needs to be in the chair. The exceptions are if the cat is doing something that's, like, actually dangerous or destructive. Also, Emily brings up a good point that the cat has teeth and claws. Tuco could absolutely murder me if he wanted to. And then there's another comment from someone who's had many polydactyl cats in their life and had precious experiences with them. That's quite nice. Tuco is my only cat, and he's been just such an amazing guy. Maybe I should try copying something from the network to the card. Can we just download something? Are we losing serial? I think I'm just imagining something. This is me failing to type and then wondering if I'm actually losing serial keystrokes. As we are sharing one interrupt between this serial console and the network. I don't think that's a problem, though. Oh, this is going to be spending all of its CPU doing SSL. Wow. It's like an entire 100 kilobytes a second. I don't suppose I can still download this over HTTP, could I? Wow. About 3 times as fast. I think this patch works. I'm checking this in. wonder how fast we can just read from this card now. Oh yeah. I was just noticing the right activity LED blinking. I hadn't actually seen that before. Can I get both the activity LEDs under the microscope, I wonder? Is that visible? Yeah. So that's the right LED, which I guess is slot 0. That's cool. That was the network block device blinking. Yeah. That's pretty nice, right? I kind of miss having hardware activity lights. That reminds me, there's an interesting feature in this chipset. There's like a software activity light. Basically, I say software. It's like a piece of hardware that you would use to implement an on-screen activity light. So it's like a latch that flips one way when it detects any like I/O or memory access to a card, and then flips the other way under software control. So you can use it to see whether any activity has been taking place, like a pulse stretcher. Anyway, this feels like a good point to wrap up the stream. It feels like a lot of tinkering, a little bit of ranting today, and maybe most consequentially, I can actually use both the PC card slots. It'd be nice to know why IRQ3 is weird, but at least it seems pretty clear that that's the problem now, and things are working all right if we avoid IRQ3. Purr, purr, purr. thanks for tuning in, everybody. A special thanks to everyone who contributes to the stream via Patreon or by telling your friends about the show. I will continue doing these daily streams, and I'll see any of you who want to stop by on your favorite platform tomorrow. I've been streaming on twitch.tv/scanlime, the Scanlime-in-progress channel on YouTube, or Diode Zone on the Scanlime-in-progress channel there. You wanna go? Ah, he scratched the fish. Scratch the fish, boy. Have a great night, folks. Happy hacking. I'll see you tomorrow.